said you put down your morning gun. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is unimpossible. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're now into the closing hours of the ACF 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We've got roughly just a bit over 2 hours to go for this race. Things seem to have stabilized in at least most of the classes. A couple of fights here and there for position. So let's have a status update for our classes. Leading the race currently, the GLS 343 Audi R8, followed by the 362 BMP Aston Martin. Following it is the 333 Audi R8 of WAT E Racing, and that rounds up the top 3. As for GT2, you've got the TRU 276 KTM leading the race for the GT2, followed by the Voyo Racing 292 Lamborghini in second place, and the 288 AFS Racing Maserati. As for the CUP1 standings, we have the FED Porsche leading the CUP1 class, the car number 565, followed by the ACRT 597 car and the GLS Racing 343. As it looks for GT4, you've got the SLO or Slow Racing 456 Lotus leading the race for GT4, followed by the MOST BMW M4, followed by the Aston Martin Vantage 487. As for TCR, car number 120, the Hyundai of GRC, is leading the class, followed by the slow Hyundai Elantra, car number 181, and the Audi of WAT E Racing 111. Rounding up the classes, we've got the TSP 601 leading the CUP2 class, followed by the 602 car, also the sister car for the TSP team, and rounding up the top 3, we've got the 697 slow car. And this rounds up the top 3 for each class. So as it stands here, we could actually have a battle for the lead of GT4 over here, as the most racing is trying to catch up to the 456 Lotus Slow. So some traffic here to deal with for the BMW, as there is an upcoming GT3 car. So once again, the gap still going up between 10 seconds, give or take a couple of tens, all depending on traffic and how these cars deal with the corners and whatnot, different strength points for these cars. So we'll see how that battle pans out in a bit, but the gap does seem to increase now for the slow Lotus. So yeah, because the slow car is ever so slightly pulling away from the BMW, but the gap is still less than 11 seconds. Matter of fact, the most BMW has made up a bit of time in the last couple of corners. And there's still Audi GT3 still trying. Oh, apologies, that was GT2 Audi behind the most racing 477 BMW. So as we see here, actually, one of the GT2s passing the same Audi we were talking about earlier. But as for the BMW, still trying to catch up to that race-leading Lotus for the GT4 class. It's a bit of a tough ask, but anything can happen. We've still got a bit over 2 hours to go. As we see here, the Maserati GT2 goes a bit off grass, keeps it clean thankfully, but they do lose all the momentum and are back stuck behind that GT4. BMW here going one wheel on the grass, trying to stay out of trouble as much as they can from the fighting GT2 vehicles. So this is actually not for not for position, the battle between these two cars, as the Audi is one lap behind that Maserati. However, the Audi would not want to be a lap down, hence why it was sort of fighting back. But fortunately for them, the 234 Audi is now being passed and lapped by that aforementioned Maserati. As for the skirmish earlier, the BMW has lost almost 3 seconds behind that little battle. As we have here, the race leader for Cup car has a bit of an off incident at turn 1. Thankfully, that doesn't take too much time out of them. So Carlos leading the race yesterday when we left together was the ACRT 597. So a bit of action happened between the night to shuffle them to second place and give the lead off to FAD. However, that could be a different case under long stops. I could just check the live document right now to verify. Okay, so as it stands for the long stops, the ACRT car has done 15 of 16 long stops. As for the FED SimSport car, they've done 14 of 16 long stops, so that could actually be credited to the fact that there are still 2 long stops for the FAD SimSport car that they owe us, and that should logically inherit the lead to, well, give a very comfortable lead actually to the ACRT CUP1 car. And so, joining us now in commentary, welcome back, Raul.
Hello, hello.
Hope you had a good rest.
Definitely, yes, and ready to go here for the final 2 hours of this race, and already looking at how these gaps are looking, it looks like we can have a grandstand finish for some of these positions.
Yeah, it seems like it. I thought we were in for a good battle in Cup1, but it seems the current leading Cup car is gone very off strategy. They owe us actually 2 long stops, so that will shuffle them down, probably behind P3, I think, in Cup2, so maybe P3, P4, matter of fact. But we'll have to see how that unfolds.
Looks like a bit of yellows at P19. Having my eye there on that battle for what looks to be P8 overall, despite it being a GT2 in the midst of a field of GT3 cars. Especially that Lamborghini. It's been one of the fastest I've seen here, but I know that the KTM having a bit of a better strategy through the late hours, it's been able to come back through.
Yeah, BMW has also a bit of action during the night. Lots of incidents, I believe. Well, not a lot of incidents, but a lot of mishaps, you could say, during the night. However, as it's known, the GT3 class is a bit faster, so it'd be a bit of a challenge for the Porsche to overtake. How this section of the track requires high downforce, so actually the Porsche could find itself passing the Lamborghini with, I won't say ease, but rather relative ease. But however, this area is sort of straight line speed dependent, so maybe the Porsche would have to wait a bit before they pass over that GT2. Oh, not. Lamborghini has gone off. The 292 Voil Racing Lamborghini gone off, making the job for the Porsche a lot easier. But yeah, not really much to lose here for the Lamborghini. Car in third place is very, very behind. So and seems that the leader in GT2 has also gone off almost a 8-minute lead over that Porsche, be it in GT3.
Also noticing that a bit of change for position between the GT4 and TCR, even though that is very easy work there for P35. That is a 444 of the Audi. Just getting an easy move done there. Just once again going through traffic, just some strategy offsets. But one thing I have noticed, one of the big talking points from the midpoint of this race was the Aston Martin, the GT3 362, having a very slow pit stop at the halfway point. But luckily for them, as they were dropped down to third, it's all been just climbing up from here. It's been damage limitation. However, 2 hours to go, 2-minute gap, almost 3 minutes. Do you think it's possible to regain back this lead?
I mean, well, it depends. I believe everybody else should have the long stops completed by now, unless some of them are saving it for emergency or other cases. But as it stands, I could check the live document actually. But yeah, at some point during the race, that Aston was actually leading, as the Audi, I believe, had damage during the night hours and had to commit to an early long stop. So that Audi was actually quite down in the order, like almost fifth at least, I think, at some point, and that Aston had a comfortable lead to the race, almost a long stop ahead of the car behind at the time, which was and still is the WATE racing car. So long stops, not quite sure if this is updated or not, but the WAT car is only on 14 long stops so far.
Check it out right here as well.
Yeah, on the live documents it says the Audi of WATE Racing is on 14 long stops. The GLS, the current race leader, the 343, is on 15 long stops. And as for that Aston Martin we were talking about earlier, that car is also in 15 long stops. So there are only few cars with 16 long stops, that being the Mortars Racing 311 car, the BMW. That car actually quite a bit down on the timing screen. The 310 BMW, 15 long stops for that car. So it seems that only 2 cars in the GT3 class have actually committed to a 16 long stops as of now.
As we get to the final 2 hours, though, as a driver, what should the schedule be on long stops, and when should we be watching a lot of these drivers head in for their final pit stop?
I mean, it could depend on the strategy the team is doing. For example, the team I'm racing with, we usually keep the final long stop in the last 2 hours, either for the final hour, or we just keep it around in case of, you know, if you get heavy damage, you have to go into pit lane, you may as well use the time to repair as a long stop, you know. But obviously every team will have their own strategy. Some teams choose to take them way early, with almost 2 hours to go. Some of them would want to keep it for the final hours, so it's all different strategies, different things to play for. A lot of teams will be wanting to go offset until the end of the race, but obviously, as you mentioned earlier, we'll be seeing all the strategies synchronizing now, or at least getting it together. So that will obviously tell us which of these teams have got the long stop strategy just right.
A very interesting set of strategies, and it's so beautiful that towards the end, all of it do just come together, and then at least for maybe the final 30 minutes of this race, we can finally see maybe a tiny bit more racing for position. Once again, also noticing that P9, the 292, also just within a second, potentially looking like there may be a move somewhere through there. Of course, different classes, and you can see it right there, the GT3 and GT2 classes. One thing very interesting that maybe a lot of people in chat may not have known is, yeah, a lot of these GT2 cars can basically withstand some of the pace these GT3 cars are. Of course, nowhere near the top, but for example, that KTM, who, like we saw last night in the stream, they were able to pull back up a lot of positions, and with a great strategy call, they were able to overtake the Lamborghini on strategy, at least for the moment. But very interesting to know that a couple of those GT3s struggling to the likes of well, a GT2 276, basically in that mid pack of it.
Yeah, as we see here, the race leader is in the pit lane, so we will be seeing now whether they'll be serving a long stop or not. As the leader for Cup car, Porsche Cup as well. As we mentioned earlier, they are two long stops, so that will be giving off the lead to the ACRT Cup1 car that just heading out of the Dottenhur and Tiergarten over here, as they're nearing the end of their lap, and that should give them back the lead of Cup1.
Lots of damage on that. And I think, yeah, this our live document should be updated fully now. If this is a long stop for them, then it would mean they are completing their final one. So
Yeah,
very
so
interesting if it's just going to be splash and dashes from this point on.
yeah, it seems that the BMP Audi 362 chose not to go for a long stop for now. But yeah, as it stands here, the FED Porsche seem to be going for a long stop. So they, as we mentioned earlier, I believe they owed us 2 long stops. So yes, they did. They are currently on 14 long stops, so that should be the 15th.
Checking out P31 right now. It's been showing a bunch of yellows. Looks like it has been cleared. That is good. But yes, but a team like WAD-E Racing, if they do have 2 long stops left to go, it's gonna be pretty difficult around here to potentially hold off. What were we looking? P4310. Also checking out what they are doing. They have 15 long stops done, so potentially WAD-E Racing maybe challenge for this podium here at the end. Potentially, though, they have more long stops to do.
WAD-E Racing does have 2 long stops, and the MRE 310 have 1 long stop to go. So I believe that would put the difference to 3 minutes. Just take the BMW could gain 3 minutes on the Audi in that part. So probably I think WAD-E Racing are in for a comfortable P3. But then again, you never know what could happen. But as it stands, theoretically at least, they are looking for a P3.
That is definitely comfortable information to know about. Also, I mean, going down to the GT4 class, that's really been a series that's been jostling up early on in this race, but the 477 team has really had it locked down throughout this one. Lots of trouble throughout the night as well that we saw, especially one of the incidents. I think a lot of members who were in the chat back then last night, they will remember there was a massive crash that one of the Porsches from the GT3 class, unfortunately having lots of damage, taking it to the pits from there. But the 477 GT4 Mouse currently sitting P25 overall and leading this class, looking like they have victory in the palm of their hands. But yes, it's still an hour and 48. It may sound like this is the home stretch. It is in theory, but for these guys, it's a long ways to go. We are nowhere near the end of this race. They have to still keep heads down for this one.
So as it stands for the strategies for these two teams challenging for the lead of GT4, the most BMW is on 15 long stops. As for the slow 456 car, that car is also on 15 long stops, so equal strategy. As we see here, the Porsche, the 315 we were just talking about earlier, has gone off track, giving the overall 8th position to the Voyo Racing 292. So a bit of a very easy to lose the car in this section of this track, especially in rear-engined car like this one. So thankfully, just before the carousel is also actually not that common of a place to lose it. Maybe under load, brake too hard, or clip the grass on entry. So it could be very easy to initiate, as a matter of fact.
I think they've also realized it's going to be very difficult to potentially get another position P6, but regardless of how much time there is left, you just got to keep pushing it. And even if it means taking down a GT2 to get P8 overall, I believe it's still a win in everyone's books on that team. I mean, just like yourself, I mean, I mean, let me know, like, what was the process of mentally getting ready for a race like this, and how hard does the team have to work to get everything together just for this one day of racing?
I mean, obviously, there's going to be different aspects to how you prepare for this race. Obviously, first of them being like comparing your teammates, getting the lap times done, practicing of hours and hours of practice, hundreds of laps to get up to pace. Quite a hard track to perfectly master every sector of. It's a very challenging track as well. You could be the best at every corner and still get surprised somehow. And obviously, one lapped car, one slow traffic car in front of you is enough to change your entire racing line and how you're used to taking the racetracks. Obviously, you're going to have to account for these as well, and not to mention the setup changes, setup works. This track is very bumpy, very challenging. So obviously there's a lot of setup work to go, and I'm sure all of the teams that are racing here have done a lot of setup tweaks. I mean, I know the team I'm with have done a lot of setup work to make this car drivable on this track. As we see here, the Corvette goes a bit off track, just sliding with the barrier. Thankfully nothing major for that car. Should be a slight damage. As we see here, the lead of the race back for the BMP Aston Martin 362, and being chased now by a car that just pitted earlier, the 343 GLS Audi, as it passes a Lotus GT4.
Taking a quick look at some of the other classes as we move down the order. I know you've already talked about Cup and for the Porsche Cup, so let's look at what TCR is doing. Of course, we have the 120 and the Hyundai 1-2 that is continuing to dominate this race, looking pretty good out there in terms of pit stops. Of course, looking at it here on this list that we have, our leader here, as we're looking at it, the JR Customs, one more long stop left to go. So still a bit of work for them, but with their competitors in P2, the number 181, they have 14 stops. So as it stands right now, it's looking also like a comfortable victory that only they can lose in terms of strategy. But who knows? Yes, it's still a bit long to go left in this race.
Yeah, so as people are asking for a CUP2 update, so the CUP2 class as of now being led by the TSP 601 car. It's actually a 1-2 for the TSP team, with a 601 leading the race, and with a comfortable lead actually over the 60 car, the 602.
It's been total domination for the team. The 601 and 602 still holding on to this lead. This is, of course, Tradition Sim Sport. They've been in a league of their own, honestly. Nobody's been able to really touch them, especially after we got through the start phase. It's just been very consistent from there, and especially being the slowest class on track, it has its fair share of difficulties, as every class around you is going to want to get past you as soon as possible, and it's going to make life a living hell if you're one of these drivers. But they've done a great job, and especially from Tradition Sim Sport, they're holding it down, and looks like this is going to be a very easy victory currently, as we're looking on board with Mike. Our apologies there. We were just looking on board with, I think that was Dan Muller.
That was the 602.
Yeah, so yeah, we had Dan there just on board at the moment.
Okay, so we could have here a potential battle for P7 as the 404 Toyota Supra of the Heimdall Racing team is catching up to the GT Spain 92 entry, I believe. Yeah, that is indeed catching up to it, the gap being 12 seconds and actually decreasing quite a bit between these two cars. So 492 just on the Nordschleife, but as we have here, one of the GT4s has gone way off track. That is the Nissan 407 entry of the THE7 Racing. So rejoining the track here.
They have 12 out of 16 long stops done. That
Yeah,
is
not quite
very
good
interesting
showing.
strategy, yeah. However,
Yeah,
I mean, as they're coming to the end here, I mean, probably they have something cooking up.
no, who
But
knows?
I think at this point they may be worrying about track position rather than class position.
Seems like it, but with less than 2 hours to go, it is very risky. And rule in this series, the long stops that if you fail to serve a long stop, it will be added as additional time to your race.
So yeah, just briefly looking over, that was the CUP2, and now we look at the GT3, and overall, it's starting to turn out a little bit boring at this part of this race, but as all the strategies slowly come together, everybody having to complete 16 mandatory long stops, a couple drivers, as we've just heard, 14, 15 stops done. Very few have actually completed all their long stops and ready to go for the very end for just some quick fuel stops. Take me through the tire wear. How badly do you need to be changing tires, or how often, I should say, compared to fuel?
I mean, I think fuel is sort of the main talking point in this race. We've seen a lot of drivers, a lot of cars in all of the classes trying to improve fuel strategy, especially with the classes that have different makes, say GT3 and GT4. As we had earlier from the interviews during the night, some of the cars actually were able to do a different number of laps compared to other cars, or just pure strategy wise. Some cars are better with fuel saving, some cars are just eat through the fuel load. So it seems like fuel is the main talking point here. As for tire wear, I don't think like any cars really suffer a lot from tire wear. Like, obviously you get decreased grip by the end of your stint, but at the same time, that is when the cars put out their fastest laps, and you can see a huge difference in pace between the cars on full fuel and cars on absolutely no fuel. So tire wear isn't really the main point here. As we have here, the GT3 gets squeezed out wide. One of the GT4s goes into the wall that is believed is a Lotus. Yes, that is indeed the Lotus that's leading the race, the 456, which I believe had done a long stop, giving the lead of the race in GT4 to the 477 BMW of Most Racing.
Just
But,
answering
yeah,
the question.
as I was saying earlier, do not worry. As I was saying earlier, it's not really tires that you have to worry of. It's more of your fuel usage and fuel load. As for tires, you're going to be changing them every stint either way, as you cannot really double stint these tires. So it's not really worth it, because the tires, by the time you change your tires, the fuel is still filling up. So you don't really lose much time taking on new tires while you're refueling.
Just a question here that I wanted to answer in the chat. 25-second gap for GT3s at the moment, yes. However, BMP do have to make one more long stop, as GLS has actually completed all their stops. So in terms of a win, I know BMP is going to want to potentially extend this gap as much as possible to try to limit the amount of time they have to gain back after the long stop. But as it stands right now, the lead temporarily is at BMP, but I think the net race lead right now, we're looking at them, team 343 GLS.
Yeah, 343 had quite a hectic race during the night. Some incidents here and there. They're actually, as I mentioned earlier, down to P5, and now they're looking back at the win, perhaps the lead of the race, and with a comfortable margin as well. As we have here a change for P3, apologies. I did not actually notice that the GLS Porsche had served the last long stop as they're stuck here
And
behind
he's
one of
just
the GT4s and it goes off.
looked a little
Obviously,
messy.
yeah, that GLS is actually chasing the Sunset Outron Porsche, the 555 for P3. So that car actually probably will be. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it's normally up for the faster cars to overtake safely. Not quite sure what happened, whether the GT4 braked early or the 543 underestimated the speed coming in, but one of the GT4s, I believe that was on Lotus earlier, had been spun out by the 543. That car was in P3 before the long stop, and after the pit stop, they promoted the 555 Sunset Outron to P3.
It did really look like that GLS Cup may have done a little bit of a little too much pushing. If there was contact, it was a little weird to look over the crest against the Supra, but hopefully there was no contact between the two. However, it did look a little bit messy as they just came over. And yeah, just reading more of chat here. I do agree. I did say it. Yeah, these Porsche Cups, they have been probably the most entertaining to watch, simply put, just because they're a lot of fun watching the action going through the order, and a lot of incidents that we've noticed predominantly in that Porsche Cup class. But nonetheless, though, we do still have a close battle as they are trying to gun for this race lead.
Yeah, and as we mentioned earlier, GLS here in battle for P3, so obviously they'd be under pressure now as both them and Sunset Outron car are actually on 16 long stops. So that car's probably definitely under pressure, probably forced that error. Obviously, with other pressure or not, that incident is very unfortunate for both of the involved cars. However, if it is deemed to be a contact, the GLS car will most likely be getting a penalty. However, that is up to the race control to decide.
So lead change here. Both of them have already completed long stops. It's going to be a quick splash and dash potentially. Ooh, maybe not. Changing drivers here.
The Sunset car heads into the pit lane. I don't think they'll be changing drivers. I think that's a scheduled pit stop.
Not seeing them in pits, however.
Nope, they're right behind the pit.
Oh,
yeah.
there they are. Okay.
Yeah, so that was a scheduled pit stop, and they gave that gives the GLS 543 the P3 back for now. So once again, that was a normal pit stop, short pit stop. Gap between them and the GLS, 38 seconds. So obviously, the more the Sunset car catches up to the GLS car, despite them being ahead on pit stops, the better it is for them.
It's going to be an interesting race as we watch here for the podium between GLS and SSO, Sunset Outrun, against GLS PXN Racing. Can't wait to see what they can do.
Yes, we have here a driver swap for the 595 HGE car. That car was looking very promising during the beginning parts of the race. However, a lot of unfortunate incidents for them has put them out of contention. Matter of fact, the sister team, the ACRT car, is leading the race currently with 597, both teams being affiliated with each other.
Tad bit of local yellows just noticed there, but looks to be all cleared once again. At this point of the race, would we potentially be seeing any driver swaps?
Probably. It depends. Some drivers could be. I mean, we've just seen one right now for the HGE 595, so it's going to depend on the schedule for the teams. I don't think it'll be that common, but it could still be happening. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of teams still owe us a bunch of long stops, so we could see in some of these long stops a driver swap.
Going through how many drivers have already completed all the long stops in this one. Going to the GLS 343, currently sitting in P2. Following along, the Chevrolet Corvette, the 377, also completing all their long stops, as well as the Velosim 395. Their pit stops also completed, followed by the 311 Moritz Racing and the 315 Porsche and the 321 Ford Mustang. So a good half of that field completing all their stops, ready for the end of this race, but still looking for some more long stops with the likes of the Audi R8 from YE Racing. That's the 333, as well as NGS 379 in the Ford Mustang. The rest, however, on 15 stops. And BMP, Aston Martin, that's the big name that all eyes are going to be on towards the end of this race if they can pull off a miracle here in Germany and take victory for the 24-hour.
Going to be quite a bit of tough ask, as the gap currently, the Audi is actually decreasing the gap slightly, so that Aston really does have their hands full on this job. Obviously the gap will be 3 minutes, well, less than 3 minutes after the long stop, but you'll still have to see what this race holds for us. As even just getting disconnected, you'll be forced to take a long stop as a precaution. Obviously there could be some damage mitigation from race control if you could prove that it was a connection, but at the end of the day it is up for the race control to decide what to do in such cases.
Regardless, though, as we see YE Racing potentially going for a long stop, maybe, we wonder at least.
Yeah, they have
yes.
driver swap actually as well.
So driver swap, long stop completed. They have one more long stop to go, and that means they are basically in line with BMP at the moment, but looks like a podium for them. Should be very confident on their hands.
Yep, as for the gaps between P3 and P4 in Porsche Cup, the gap seems to be stable. Actually, the GLS car seems to have pulled a second on the Sunset Outcrown car, but so far the pace seems to be equal between these two cars, despite that Porsche of Sunset Outrun being heavier on fuel.
Looks like we have a close battle for 5th in GT4. I think that's P40 and P39. Been watching that gap with that Mercedes, has been closing up. And this is most definitely for position as well. So as they're coming up actually very quick.
Yeah, it seems like the gap is right below, well, I think the Handel 404 had quite a bit of a mishap coming in to that sequence of corners. Very, very off pace in terms of straight line speed, so maybe a bad exit or some traffic to contend with.
And that makes the difference the most. One of the corners that you need to get right is every corner just before the long straights, especially the back straight. No, it's going to get tight here. A little contact is made.
Yeah, behind the side of the trees, as we see here, the Mercedes really keen to get past that Supra at any cost. It's a bit of contact there between the two on a very, very fast part of the circuit. Thankfully, not much damage, probably a bit of bumping here and there, but thankfully nothing major as the Mercedes decides to go offline, off the carousel, and enters it a bit late. It does give it the advantage over the Supra. Supra had a very slow entry to that corner, so you could have here a quite nice battle.
It does look like, though, that Supra is off the pace, but holding its marks and keeping the car where it needs to be.
Yeah, it's obviously very hard to overtake on these parts of the track, but that Mercedes, as you can see, clearly has a base advantage and is willing to pass that Supra at the closest chance. Supra's closing that every possible gap, making that car as wide as possible.
So a great battle here so far. Nowhere near the back straight, so this one's going to be pretty
more traffic
close.
to contend with as well, as we see TCRs and a GT2 car in the background. And Mercedes does make it through on the outside. Does he make it stick? Goes a bit wide, gets pushed out wide by the Supra. and goes off track, makes it back, still behind. They've got a GT2 they've got to lap past. It's going to be very tough here. Hopefully, very narrow. Thankfully, nothing major. We have contact here between the TCR and the Mercedes. TCR actually goes 2 wheels on the grass. This is a very fast portion of the track that Ford will be stuck behind these cars. So TCR here keen to get through them as well.
Every class is together. I think that was also the class leader for GT2. Just kidding. So
And
everybody.
Mercedes does make it through on the outside. What an overtake! A very, very dangerous and opportunistic overtake on the outside for the Mercedes, but they do make it stick. And thankfully, none of the cars, faster classes, were involved in any form of incidents here.
Traffic, traffic, traffic. But the Mercedes gets the move done and on its merry way to start to open up this gap. Does look like there may be a problem on that Supra. It's very much off the pace, losing a lot of time. And as you can see, once this Mercedes has gotten through, I don't know if it is driver, but whatever it is, it might have to be looked at to be sorted out as soon as possible, because they are losing quite a bit of time.
They are indeed. They actually have been having planned exits on the very high-speed section of the track, going uphill. So hopefully that issue will be resolved soon. As we see here, the AMG chasing one of the TCR Audis. Obviously, the G4's cars having the better top-end speed does make it past the TCR car.
Once again, we go back to normal of nothing for a little bit. And we actually do have a little bit of a semi-battle here. The Lamborghini WRL 292 chasing down Tempest once again. This classic rivalry that's been flipping all the time. Despite them being in 2 different classes, they've shown us, well, you really have to persevere around here, because majority of the time that overtakes are made, one little mistake drops your progress backwards, and we saw it with the Lamborghini. That did make the life easier for Tempest about 45 minutes ago. Now has climbed back up and looking to take back P8 overall. Now, how easy is that going to be? It's 4.2 seconds at the moment.
Well, as mentioned earlier, none of these cars have to give forward. Obviously, GT3 being the fastest class, however, the GT2 is not obliged not to fight for that position. Obviously, nothing race ending. They have to make it clean and simple, otherwise there'll be very hefty consequences, especially due to the fact that these two are not in the same class.
Couple drivers coming in for their long stops. Maybe we have some driver changes as well throughout the order. We just saw one come out, and now we have the TCR 181 who was sitting in second, and then the GT4 404. That's the Supra, and potentially maybe there actually was an issue, because they have jumped straight to the pits, and maybe looking like they're getting a driver swap going. Yellows though, P31 looks like it's gotten going, however. And once again, these yellows, it may just be drivers just making the tiniest bit of mistakes on some of these curbs, but getting back and going. Interestingly, didn't notice it, but BMP dropping down from the lead. I'm not too sure when exactly we saw that, but 30 seconds behind now from the Audi.
I believe they took a short pit stop, because that was about the gap, 26 seconds ahead of the GLS, so pitting and coming out, that is about a minute.
And I would have said this, we could have had a race win, or a battle for the race win on our hands, but unfortunately, this 30 seconds, it's going to go up, because BMP still needing to make one more long stop. So they got a long ways to go here in this one. If they can pull it off, that would be great.
Quite interesting as well, because it appears that they did not take a long stop during that pit stop. They are still on 15 on our live document.
Definitely wanting to get as close as possible. And probably seeing at this stint, if they can close up 30 seconds, and well, how much can they close up before their next pit stop? And seeing if it is possible at this point to go for this position. But it's going to be a very difficult ask.
I mean, to be fair, they'll be hoping for a miracle, as you mentioned earlier, for them to be able to pass that GLS Audi that had a long stop, so we will have to see how's it going.
Nonetheless, though, it's been a very interesting dynamic race throughout this GT3 class, and looks like Tempest has been able to put their foot down because the gap has opened up to 7.6 seconds. And that is also looking like the closest gap we have on track.
Yeah, indeed. Well, as it stands, obviously the GT3 being the fastest car, naturally, will be pulling away. Probably not on the straights. You can see the Lamborghini gaining up a tiny bit as we now approach the Dotton Hill.
A little bit in the grass there, kicked up, but as they enter the back straight now, I think you just got to push as much as you can at this point if you do want to gain some position. As for the 292, ooh, trouble actually for the Lamborghini behind them. P10, but looking good now. Maybe just off the track, maybe tapping the wall as catching up to one of the Mercedes in the GT4 class we were watching a bit earlier. Should be some easy work done through here, of course, not for position. Another close battle that's coming up now. Taking a look at P34. That's, of course, a TCR car, the 111, just up ahead next to overtake. Yeah, it should be easy work for them. That is the Ferrari.
That Ferrari, actually, if I'm not mistaken, was the pole sitter for... yeah, that was indeed the pole sitter for GT4. However, they had a lot of trouble during the race. Actually, the night was merciless to them. They've had, I believe, some ping issues, and they had a lot of incidents due to the car jittering around due to netcode. So it was a nightmarish race for that team.
Well, that now makes two classes so far that I've noticed that the team on pole unable to get the job done and convert it into victory, as of course BMP qualifying on pole, and they're currently sitting second so far, looking like this race win slowly slipping out. And yes, as you mentioned,
to Cup car as well. The pole sitter being Sunset Outrun, the 555 car, currently fighting for third position.
Can't forget, at least the last time we saw that on stream, that was at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the winning hypercar class getting it done, pole to victory. And you may think just because you get pole position, that is your indication that this could be an easy walk in the park. But as they complete 160 laps for the GT3 class, doesn't matter where you start, it matters where you finish. And at a circuit like this, I think if you go from P1 to P2, I think that is still big pats on the back regardless.
Big pats on the back, but the team will definitely be devastated on what could have been.
I also think the devastation has been really spread out throughout this race, as we're now into 1 hour and 17 minutes left to go. By the halfway point, they would have definitely been feeling that pain, losing out of what could have been a very easy race win for them, dominating this one. It's going to be something to look back at and what to tweak in terms of potential if we could see this team in next year's iteration of this race, or hopefully future races here. Of course, the next bit of racing going on next month.
Yeah, we will be having the 8 hours of Bahrain, and that will be one of the rounds of the Endurance Masters series of ACF. So I have here an off for one of the Porsche Cups. That's the 529. Big off actually, trying to recover back on track. So that car currently running last in CUP1. Seems to be a hefty contact as the HGE entry is approaching them. A lot of Cup cars actually here running in consecutive order.
Not going to help their case whatsoever. As, yeah, they are running towards the rear end of the field, and HGE coming up through now. They're, of course, trying to limit and get some overtakes done as soon as possible. And blue flags, of course, are going to be shown and respectably getting right out the way. And another Porsche actually in the background there. I think that might have been the GT2, however. But slowly but surely we are getting towards this end of this race. And we're going to get into the final 1 hour left to go. 24 hours to go. This race was really heating up as, oh, a lot more trouble as well. Trying to hold on to the car as it hits the curb very awkwardly. But gets it going. Looking on here to the 272 Porsche. Not near the podium, however, kind of running its own race. Actually, ooh.
We have an off here for the one of the that is the same car we've seen earlier, the 529 entry.
Something is very wrong with that car.
The cargo fast. I believe they just went a bit wide, clipped the grass, and spun out. But yeah, not ideal for this team. Obviously they're just running now to finish the race, so way too out of contention. It's unfortunate for them, but yeah, it seems they might have some damage. Like you said, that car is very, very snappy. So perhaps some rear wing damage, as well as front, as we can see.
Now, how long can it hold on for? It has a TCR behind them. They're getting close to the carousel.
Got some air here as well from the curbs, so the Stefan Bellafestas. I don't know, there seems to be something wrong with the car. Very interesting racing lines taken by them.
Trying to hold on. It could also be overheated tires from the amount of times they've spun. And if they can just nurse themselves onto the back straight, we'll know for sure if they can cool those tires or something. Here comes the Maserati coming up fast now. Just behind them. It looks like it's not the Maserati for the podium. So I think that's a good sign. And as they're on the back straight right now, we're also going to see that pace dynamic. And that GT2 car is going to make easy work. Higher top speed, of course, in the GT2 class. A little more heavier, but once it's on the straight, it's basically a rocket. And now, once it gets past,
tries to get some draft as well from the Maserati.
Well, we're going to find out here at the end of the straight, is it going to be able to hold on and get that thing slowed down to the next set of corners here? Are we going to see a pit stop potentially? I mean, I feel like we're going to get one, but the amount of damage that's on that car. Well, we're going to find out right about now, and no, stays out.
Staying out.
So, probably was some overheated
issues
tires.
were resolved. Yeah, perhaps the issues were resolved quicker than we thought.
So, regardless of the damage, they are carrying on. Is that ideal? I'm not too sure, but maybe they know how long damage takes, and they probably just feel like if the car feels all right to drive, stay out. But yeah, it's a bit of a
sometimes damage doesn't really impact the driving much unless it's severe damage to the car. So it would be better to stay out and just count your chances. Or that perhaps nearing the end of the stint, so that could also be why.
Yeah. Also very true. Also seeing the 495. It's the 499. Actually, no, the 459. My apologies. Starting to close up for overall position against P33. Of course, that's the Ferrari looking to get the Audi Just in between them, they have the Nismo on the offset strategy, like we talked about. And, ooh, just running off the track right there, of course, a blue flag car. They're running on 12 of 16. And actually, very interesting to mention as well, they are one of the Nürburgring eSport teams. At least that's what
Yeah,
we're
we've
getting
got-
on the
Yeah, we've
graphic
got
here.
a lot of Nürburgring esports team participating with us in this race. Always great to see different amounts of team, different backgrounds, and this entire initiative, to be honest, is just quite impressive and just all inspiring how sim racing community from all around the world can just get together, host an event, and execute it in such a brilliant and entertaining fashion.
And yeah, giving all credits to ACF, all the work that they've done, the live stewarding, and yeah, the amount of effort that they've put into these kind of events, it's absolutely incredible. And if you yourself are just joining into the stream and you are looking for some endurance racing, 12 hours, 24 hours, even some 8 hours and 6 hour races that we do get from time to time at AC Friends, get joined up and get signed up, because this is one of the best leagues if you're looking for endurance racing, with a great set of competitors who are really going to push you to your limit.
Yeah, always an entertaining sight to see racing in this series. As we go here to try and find the total cars that we have. We have 51 cars still running with us. I think that'll possibly be more as well, up to 52, 53 cars if I'm not mistaken. Still running
Yeah,
with. I'm not sure if that.
I know for sure the Lotus is out.
going. Yeah.
I think the Lotus is out, yeah.
Perhaps the WAC car. Perhaps the WAC car's out as well. I'm not quite sure. But it's safe to say we've got 51 cars still running with us in this race.
Which is always a good sight.
Yeah,
And that's not just...
Obviously, we've had some retirements, but 51 is still a good finishing number for this race. Quite brilliant, dare I say.
And remember, that's just 51 cars. That doesn't even mention how many team members there are working on all the cars here. Every team has a handful of drivers, all that have been preparing for an event like this coming to the end. And as they do, and we cross over the final 1 hour left to go in just about 9 minutes time, it's the official home stretch. Granted, there's still a ways to go in this one, but in terms of strategy, all drivers should be finishing up all their long stops, ready to go for this final bout.
Yeah, any car currently that is still behind on long stops could find themselves in a bit of a precarious situation.
So unfortunately, at this time, doesn't look like there's any close battles on track itself. Do we see potentially any other storylines to look at? Of course, we have the 362 that we're watching here, but are we seeing any more probably positions to look out for as we are completing all these long stops?
I think theoretically the closest battle we have here, in terms of people having the long stops equal, is for P3 and Cup car. These two, the GLS and the Sunset Outrun. These two cars are equal on long stops, but they have very different offsets in terms of when they pit stop. So only one of these teams will get it right at the end of the race.
Here we see the 213 KTM coming in for a long stop, potentially. At least it's a driver swap at the moment. And yeah, a lot of these drivers here, I can imagine getting their final pit stops done and ready to go for the ending of this race. At this stint, you should be completing your final stop very soon. There are very few that are on an offset, but maybe around the final 45 minutes left, we could be seeing more pit stops be done there. But so when we get to the 30-minute mark, I really don't think we're going to get any more long stops. However, if you are very much behind, I think that's only the Nismo. That's a whole different story, but for the most part, everyone is basically on strategy. Actually, I'll take that back for the moment. Tradition Sim Sport, currently sitting P2 overall, 14 out of 16 long stops. That's the CUP2 in the BMW. Now that's actually pretty interesting to note. And remember, SimSport P602, they're sitting second place. It's a 1-2 right now for Tradition SimSport. Their teammates, 601, 15 out of 16 long stops. So very curious if potentially there could be something that goes down there. Team in third, however, actually, it doesn't look like we're getting the update here on the graphic on our live document in terms of position. But we'll keep you updated on that. That may be an interesting story to watch if the 1-2 dream is going to go down here. But 14 out of 16, and we're heading into the final hour. It's going to be very, very close on pit stops.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see, but if I'm not mistaken, the gap between that 1-2 cars was quite significant. I'm not quite sure if it's enough to compensate for 2 long stops, but I'll have to see.
We'll figure that
Go
out.
back right here, actually.
Yeah, well, let's find out here. So 4 minutes. You can see SLO. That is the number 697. And just to bring that up, that is slow racing. 16 out of 16 stops. So they are actually completing their final long stop of this race. And once we get back going, once they get back on track, we can officially tell you if the 1-2 is possible or if they've been holding on. So 4 minutes and 11 seconds right now is the gap, but it's going to increase a lot more. 2 more long stops. So we're going to find out here if we have ourselves a battle for P2 coming to the end of this one. So the BMW, the CUP2 class is going to be one to watch coming towards the end here. Reading the chat here, can we get another look at the CUP2 standings? And 602 will switch now. And we're going to have word that Jacob will drive to the very end. So very interesting to note. But as we see more drivers coming in for some pit stops, and we're seeing the 602 come in now actually for their long stop. We're going to figure out these gaps as also P4 in there as well. That's the 699 completing their final long stop of this race.
Yeah, it appears that the slow car is actually 3 laps behind the traditional sim sport car, so I think they are quite actually very safe for a 1-2 finish. Got 2 laps now. I think they just passed the timing screen. And yes, 2 laps is roughly 15 to 20 minutes. So I think that's quite a hefty gap between these cars.
We shall see as we are just about 3 minutes away from the final hour in this race, but that is your CUP2 standings. In terms of TCRs we're looking here, it's very much probably been the more boring leaderboard to look out for, because the Hyundais have gotten it all under control. The 2-minute gaps, of course, that is the 120 Hyundai. The JR Customs already completing all their pit stops at the moment. The pole position holders, followed by SLO P2. Right now, it's the 181. And that's slow racing. Also 16 stops. So both of them have been, we've been seeing because of pit stops, regular stops. It's been flipping between each other. But 2-minute 46 in 1 hour. Maybe a little tall ask towards the end of this one. And of course, YE Racing, the 111, the Audi, having one more long stop left to go, so any chance of a potential win doesn't look like it's going to be possible here today. As they get through now, and you can see the Audi having a bit of traffic as it flashes its headlights, having a BMW Cup, and looks to be an Audi GT4 just ahead of them. So looking at the GT4 class now, leader completing 147 laps. The 477 car already has completed all their long stops. So, well, it's their game to lose here. P2, the SLO Racing 456. That is the Lotus. And of course, we did see a couple spins towards this final stint here. Still keeping it going. And they have also completed all their long stops. And then, of course, we have the third place driver. And that is the 487, one of the Nürburgring teams. Nürburgring eSports teams. And as for them, they've also completed 16 stops. So, very straightforward battling between them. It's all going to come down to just regular pit stops and pushing hard to the very end. So, we look overall at the standings here. We see the Ford Mustang just going down the straight as we also watch the Sunset Outrun Porsche 6/10 away. This is 4-track position.
Yeah, I don't think the Sunset Outrun car wants to get caught up behind that Ford any longer, as you remember they're still battling for P3. The gap has dropped from, actually the Mustang does head into the pit lane, and that puts the gap between P4 and P3 down to 36 seconds, so the Sunset Outrun car has closed down the gap quite a bit.
Ooh, bit of yellows there for P41. And, oh, they stopped. It's the Toyota Supra. And that is a little concerning, but it's gotten back and going. And as we did see, there were, of course, they were battling with P39 overall. And, oh, yellows for P22, and that's a spin for the Audi.
Ooh, that was a dangerous situation over here. Almost got caught up by the WAC car on the middle of the track. The Audi goes off again, actually. Tries to veer off the track, not to hinder anyone.
Getting themselves back on track. Hopefully it's not another case of overheated tires, maybe a little bit of dirt. But they're back going again. So little hiccups here and there, but we've now crossed over the final 1 hour left to go. 2 p.m. in server time.
Had an incident here for one of the BMWs just hidden by the trees.
This is GT3. One of the last place drivers here in the GT3 class, in the middle, basically, of this race. P20 overall, and P19 is, or should I say P16 actually, a little far ahead for next position in class, and they're about a minute behind. So a race to definitely look back at and learn from before they get into their next event. But it's been pretty tough on them in this one. And the green hell biting another one of these drivers here. As we get towards the more closer to the end of this race, and things are still looking pretty interesting out there.
Yeah, we've got less than 1 hour to go now.
So, less than 1 hour to go. And a lot of gaps have opened up quite a bit. Nothing we can see here on the leaderboard. We are seeing actually one of the Maseratis, P13. That's of course third overall, looking to potentially go to P12 against the 565 Porsche. It's a 20-second gap. It's the closest gap that looks to be on track. with that next gap being the battle for the lead, GLS against BMP. But still, that story, once again, it is all about BMP. Still needing one more long stop compared to GLS, who has already completed all their stops, and could be a big day for Audi here on home turf, getting victory, unless the Aston Martin has anything to say about it. But as it enters through the carousel, it is looking very strong here, and we now look on board, and it's looking pretty comfortable. I believe this is Casper we are on board with. Yes, it is. And a very calm drive for him. No pun intended, but it is a Sunday drive for him as they look for victory here at the Nürburgring. So onboard shots, apologies for the bit of lag that's going on, but that's just when you have over 50 cars on track. And just reading the chat now, is it possible to see the tower for GT4? Could we see the tower for GT4? Potentially. I think we can. Yes, we do. So, that's what it's looking like right now. And yeah, once again, not many battles, if not any, to look out for. For position, the closest battle you got there is the 404 against the 495. As a pit stop being made there, P6, the 444, and the Audi. That's the car we saw earlier that was having a couple of incidents rejoining back onto the circuit. May have been the result of this pit stop. So that is what the GT4 class is looking like. As on stream, of course, you've been looking at it. That is the sim racing bar, which is honestly, yeah, very jealous that wish I could also be a part of and check out one of these rigs, because they look like a lot of fun to take on. And as you can see, very close eyes as just at least my screen was frozen for the moment there. I'm not too sure if the stream had any issues. But we are fine now. Might have just been my POV here. So looking back overall, and I think I'm just getting a couple screen stutters from here on my end. Just gonna try rejoining. But regardless, though, as we look back at this one, a bit of a gap opened up here between the Chevy of P6 at 377 against the 379. Gap is 35 seconds.
Gap has indeed opened up between these two. The culvert, I believe, was stuck behind a lot of traffic.
So just to update that in terms of the long stops, the Chevy has already completed it, and the Ford sitting in P5, the 379, they've actually, the 379 needing to make one more long stop. So should shuffle back up the Corvette very soon to the top 5. And the top 5 finish towards the end of this race is going to be, it's going to mean a lot. Of course, all these drivers wanting to go for P1. Unfortunately, it's a tall ask at this stage of the race, unless you know what you're doing and you've done all the right things throughout this race. 52 minutes left to go in this one. To all members and teams in the chat, as we have 95 concurrent viewers, thank you so much for tuning into the stream. Let us know, any teams out there in the chat, how's the team doing? If you're a driver that may have just completed a stint, let us know how that stint was, and give us an update how the team is doing, and we'll read it live on stream here. But of course, we obviously understand that you want to keep your cards close to your chest, and you do not want to let anybody know how this race is going, at least for your competitors. But we would love to know a little snippet. Is P16, yellow flags for them. That's the other Ford Mustang. Bit of trouble for them. Looks like they have gotten back going, however. So they look good. Be a little bit shaken up there. Thank you guys for your incredible work. Well, the big thank you we got to give is AC Friends. They're the ones who put this one together. And being able to commentate. It's been a lot of fun. That's for sure. This 24-hour race. And it is the final 24-hour race of 2025 here in AC Friends. Unless anything new does come up. But after the Daytona 24, as well as the Le Mans 24, and now the Nürburgring 24. It's been an amazing, amazing championship in terms of the Endurance Masters. This, of course, the one-off Nürburgring special. And what a race this is, coming towards the very end as we look here to the GLS Audi. Gap is actually now 33 seconds. So BMP trying to do everything that they can to open up this gap as much as possible. 50 minutes left to go.
Should be taking a long stop on the next pit stop, unless they'd rather have that time added to the race time.
And how much time would that be?
3 minutes if I'm not mistaken. I mean, the long stop time is 3 minutes from the moment you enter the pit lane to the moment you leave, so if I'm not mistaken, it is indeed 3 minutes.
Curious how that will turn out then for them. As the leader of GT2 coming in, looking like it could be a driver swap and a long stop at the same time. That is the 276 KTM Expo. And we're just gonna wait here on our screens, and we're gonna figure out if that is an official long stop made.
Now we see here we could have a potential battle for P5 in TCR between the Cupra 169 of slow racing and the Audi of traditional sim sport, as one of the TCRs, actually the Watty Racing, the CUP1, has gone off track. That's the car running in third place comfortably though, so they do have a bit of leeway here for error.
Pit lane looking busy. Some GT4, some TCRs in there. And of course, the leader of this race. Still waiting on word if the 276 is making a long stop. But looking like a driver swap, that's for sure. The final 48 minutes left to go in this race.
Yeah, and as we see here, the GLS 543 Porsche Cup has had into the pit lane. And that gives temporarily P3 to the 555 of Sunset Outron. They should be pitting soon as well, though.
So, strategies slowly coming back together. And the race that it looked like at the start is, personal best lap from the 595. That is the HGE. Pushing now. Of course, 6 minutes though to the next car ahead, and also the next car in their class for the Porsche Cups, Class 1. And looks like positions are being made between P37 and P38, looks like, or maybe that could just be because of pit stops, and it might be. So once again, lots more gaps back opened up because we are getting to the final part of these strategies, coming to the very end. And final pit stops should be done very, very soon. So we're about to head into probably the final pit stops. I think these cars, once they get past the 40-minute mark, they should be able to go to the very end, provided they have pit just around that point. And we're also going to get probably that final long stop of BMP in the Aston Martin. If there's any way that they can secure something here, something can they do? Well, they're on the back straight right now. Any chance we have caught them on the in lap? Well, we will find out very shortly as they are giving some slipstream looks like to one of the Porsches. So ending this lap here and going to be starting the 164th lap. And are they going to come in this time around for a pit stop? And just waiting for it. And I don't think so. They are staying out. So another lap. And potentially, this could be, they're just stretching their legs to make sure they have enough fuel to the very end. And if I was a betting man, maybe this lap, potentially, they'll be coming in. Because I think if they fuel up at this point, they should be free to go to the very end as they kick up the grass there through the GP circuit. Just to put into context how many laps these drivers have been pulling off. Of course, the real-life Nürburgring had a lot of cautions in it, and we don't have any full course yellows or anything like that. The real-life race completing 141 laps compared now to AC Friends over here and our race leader completing 164 laps.
Obviously, you've got to keep in mind the faster lap times that these cars are on, and as you mentioned, the non-stop racing. There are no cautions whatsoever. So it's pretty much just pure pace, pure 24 hours of non-stop racing.
And not to mention, they have already taken down the record with the most laps done in the IRL Nürburgring 24, which was 162.
Oh, I think we're going to shatter that record. I believe we've got, that would be roughly 5 laps. No, not 5. I don't know. 8 minutes. Let's see, the lap time is 8 minutes times 5. That's right. 40. So yeah, about 5 to 6 laps to go.
Truly on the home stretch here. Just a little bit of a sprint left to go, but it's just one of those. One of these races where you just have to ignore how much time is left and you just got to focus on your marks with 8-minute lap times, especially if you're a GT4. It's a whole different story. I mean, just to compare the lap times, we're unable to look at the fastest laps here as we're actually getting some word here in the chat with some updates. So thank you so much. And actually, I'll just put off what I was talking about earlier and let's just go through quickly what the chat is talking about. So the number 169 driving their last stint, trying to catch the 106.
They did indeed pass the 106 earlier.
So maybe that might have been an old message
with a
there.
11-second gap as well.
Next up, the number 601. All tired and looking to push towards the final lap. And looks like the current driver putting in good laps, one after another. Been an amazing race with some small setbacks. But regardless, though, that is the number 601 BMW. Setting himself up for the end of this race. Watt at 111 in the Audi RS3. Big no man's land. And just closing in on the bag and finishing this race for us. That's the best mentality you need to have at this point, despite where you are, even if you are in a very boring race where you're just driving around by yourself. In the final 42 minutes, and as they say, yeah, about basically 5 laps to go in this one. Moving on from there, just getting also word, it's 3 minutes plus 30-second penalty for each missing long stop. Pretty interesting to note. The number 565. We've been driving. Been two drivers for the whole race. Probably the worst and most funny night I've ever had. If we don't mess up, it's gonna be P2. 10 out of 10. Would recommend again. And that is, of course, the 565 car. And the we're actually looking at that one right now. P2 in the Porsche Cup. And yeah, also looking like this is just going to be an easy home stretch for you guys. So just wanted to go over
between the Cup cars, the gold and black liveries. Apart from the ACRT cars, still some black, as we have here, a black and yellow. Well, not all of them, but the Sunset Outrun does run black and yellow. I believe this one as well does run black and yellow as well. And they do indeed. HGE does run white with some orange yellowish accents. The ITN 560 car is running similar colors to the ones we've just seen on HGE. And as for this, yeah, so we have like 3 Cup cars running black and yellow / gold. I'm sorry to cut you out, Roll, you were saying.
No worries. Just wanted to put in perspective. I know we were talking about the most amount of laps done here. Of course, the GT3 is doing 164 laps on lap right now. Compare that to the slowest class, and they are basically doing lap times that are a minute slower. So they've not had as much work to do lap-wise compared to the others. But I will say, in terms of all the classes, in my opinion, who has had the most work, I definitely have to give a lot of credit to the BMWs in the CUP2 class. As trouble for, I think that is
the Sunset Outrun, the car that was challenging for P3, has gone
is
off
it?
track.
I also think that's a Cooper, maybe a TCR. Trying to figure that out.
It's a Cooper
Yeah.
as well. I think that's no, it's not the 169. That's one another car, I believe. That is
Maybe.
the WAT.
Oh,
and
trouble!
a huge shunt for the WAT E-Racing. One loving car. So a lot of cars running into incidents here, and that incident for the Sunset Outrun Porsche might have just ended the hopes for a podium finish now, as the gap is now 50 seconds, giving almost a comfortable lead ahead of, a comfortable P3 for 543.
Lots of action as we come towards the end of this one.
Yeah, obviously that final, less than 40 minutes to go. You're going to see a lot of stuff embroiling and happening over here. So on to probably the relief of the GLS car, the Sunset car now, seemingly out of their tail. They seem to be doing quite okay as of now. Well, then again, anything could happen.
Some yellows for P31 overall, the 222 Lamborghini GT2. Looks like they've got going.
Leader heads into the pit lane now, probably to serve the long stop. As we mentioned earlier, there is an additional 30-second penalty added to the 3 minutes. That'll be added to your racing time, so it's safe to assume that they will be taking their long stop this time.
We're gonna find out.
GLS Audi now, as we also see the WAT E-Racing car also pull into the pit lane, and that ultimately gives a lead to the 343 GLS Racing Audi as they pass the timing screen. And yes, indeed, they are now leading the 24 hours of Nürburgring with less than 40 minutes to go.
So, as we come towards the end here, GLS back in the lead, with BMP serving what should be their final stop of this one, just waiting for the confirmation on our live document. And in fact, all the GT3s, for the most part, at least the top drivers, all coming in for their final pit stops. Final fuel stops should be as well. So final pit stops, and it should take them to the very end of this race. Still waiting for BMP to come right out on track. Still trying to figure out if they have completed a long stop. We're still waiting on official confirmation on it. But this is it. This is the home stretch. More drivers should be entering the pit soon. As we finally come to the conclusion of this race. 35 minutes left to go. We're going to get into the final half hour very soon. But there is your race leader. And I think they know that at this point, they're not losing this race lead. And they should be seeing the checkered flag very, very soon. As you mentioned, there's not many laps left to go around here. 111 concurrent viewers. Thank you for tuning in for this final bout here at the Nürburgring 24. Unfortunately, not too many gaps to look out for. There is one, the 444 against the 492 in the GT4 class, battling for P37 overall. That is a little fight to look out for in this one. And I'm not too sure if the admins have updated the document yet for us. But I'm noticing that BMP has not, at least what we're seeing on our graphic, has not made their final long stop.
It's not up to the admins to update it, it's up to the teams.
Oh, is it the teams? Okay.
Yeah, and hence why it's actually you could get penalized after a couple of warnings if you don't update your live document.
Okay, that's interesting to note, because if that's not the case, and they haven't actually made a long stop.
I believe they've done it as the gap is.
They should have, yeah.
Above 3 minutes. So we'll have to see how this unfolds. But perhaps they couldn't update the live document in time. But either way, we'll see how this rolls out. But as of now, leading the race is the GLS PXN 343 racing team, with quite a comfortable lead of 2 minutes and a half almost.
No trouble for P15, one of the Ford Mustangs.
Yeah, that's a Ford Mustang here with if an incident, it probably spun out, taking too much curb on the GP section of the track. We have here a huge shot for the ITN 560 Porsche on the carousel.
So still no sign of the graphic being updated. Hopefully that will change soon. But we'll keep you updated on that one. In terms of it though, GLS in the lead of this one with the final 30 minutes left to go. Just looming over with the KTM GT2 on top here, looking like also an easy victory for them. In the Cup class, CUP1, the 597 ahead with a 4-minute buffer to them, one of the bigger gaps. And then into the GT4 class, a 2-minute gap, very similar to what it's looking like for the battle for the overall lead. And then in TCR, gap is about 250, kind of roughly about the 3-minute mark. And basically a long stop between them as the trees cover us as we watch our race leader. Some trouble here for the Watt Racing here. Just looking down the order quickly, and as we were mentioning the other leaders here, just gonna quickly take a look at the GT4 gap between P1 and P2. Just gonna let that update here, and yeah, 2 minutes 42 seconds. So that battle for the lead doesn't look like it's possible here. As we swap over to TCR with the JRC team almost completing 150 laps. Another 2-minute 46 gap. So really the difference has truly been how all these teams have managed their long stops. That's been a very interesting race to look at. And for P1 and P2 in the Cup classes, that's also a different story. However, 6 minutes the gap. Just gonna swap back over to GT4, I think it is. Just gonna double check. Do we have any battles that are close? It doesn't look like it. Maybe 5 seconds between the 444. As they're starting to close up, let's go back overall. Let's look at our timing board there. Can anything be done here towards the very end? Maybe a little bit of entertainment for the fans at home. Loving this action here. 114 concurrent viewers. I'm not even gonna try with what the chat is talking about here, but we hope you're enjoying the vibe here. On track, 2:31, and we are under 30 minutes left to go. So time coming down here. We have a gap of, I think that was 14 seconds between Sunset and the next car in line for P15. Sunset, of course, on the podium. And looking at their long stops, they have already completed all of them. And the Porsche Cups has been a very straightforward story, as of all of them, all drivers have already completed their long stops. Unfortunately, just to update the BMP situation, no word that they have updated their long stops. So still waiting on that. And if they truly haven't, then they're going to be taking a bit of a hefty penalty. But I don't think it's going to matter in terms of if they lose P2. It looks very smooth sailing from there. Looking on here as this gap starts to close up just that bit more. The Audi Closing up now to the Mercedes. There you see it just up the road. Remember, the 492 had a very incredible battle against the Supra. So now, from Hunter, they've now become the Hunted. In fact, let's actually go on board here. And watch this one and how close we're getting. It's a little aggressive over the curve. So now pushing hard. 4.4 the difference. Let's try to make this one as exciting as possible here. So gap obviously going down, but no sign of that Mercedes anywhere near. So still waiting. Gap has gone down. Now under 4 seconds, and there you see him, just for the moment. And slowly getting onto the long straights here. All the confidence through the trees. Getting to the point of the race where everything just starts to turn to how you feel the car through the corners. Gap now 3.6. Trouble, however, for the Ferrari. Something's gone wrong there. But it's got back going. Coming down to the end here. So gap now is 3.1 as they are about to enter into the carousel. And long stop, not too sure what that message is. We just got a short message about a long stop there. So here we go. 3.8 looks like. And just in chat, I'm seeing where is the TCR number 113. I can answer that question for you. They are currently sitting P8 in class. A bit behind, however. And BMP still not 16-16. Let me double check that, because I'm also very curious. And still nothing. Now that could be the team just not updating their spreadsheet, as all drivers need to be. But regardless, though, this is your battle here for P6. And that's what the gap is looking like. So what's this battle going to turn out to be? Obviously, you see there on Delta, as it stands, 5/10 up. Flabbergasted about the fact that the Thrustmaster TX didn't go up in flames. Best thing is we're racing in a self-automated top and a bottom heat oven, and hotter and hotter. Well, hopefully you guys are staying safe out there, as this gap now goes down to 1.1. The Audi, very much quicker than this Mercedes. And it's getting even faster. A second here, it's just gained. 1.1, 1.2. And what is this battle going to look like here? Is the Mercedes going to put up a fight here in GT4? And remember, this is your battle for P6 as they now enter the back straight. 8/10 the difference. Keep an eye on that Delta. And does it look like it's going down? Yes, it is. On board with the Audi. On the straight. You can see the Mercedes just trying to break the toe. It's going left and right. And now as they get to the end of the back straight. We're gonna be slamming on the brakes right about now. And then we're gonna be slowly getting back on the GP circuit. You can see how much that the Audi has gained. And let's see, as they're on the part of the circuit that the drivers are gonna be most confident on, how close is this battle gonna be? As I cross over the line now to start another lap here. 8:53 that lap for the Mercedes, 8:47 for the Audi. So here we go, into one. Team Valkyrie, slow exit there, a little too deep for the Mercedes, and already looking like the Audi's got the move done on the inside. Can the Mercedes hold on to the outside? It's a drag race to the next chicane here. It's gonna be pretty tight. The Mercedes trying to hold off to have the inside line. Contact is made, door-to-door action between them. Can the Audi swoop around the outside to get this move done? The Mercedes continuing to hold on. Cannot though, and the Audi gets through. A brilliant move around the outside here. Can the Mercedes try to fight back in this one? He can, because the Valkyrie goes deep. Is there contact there? It was very close. You could barely put a paperclip between them.
Actually got the race leader as well behind them coming up here.
It's very close between them.
It's going to be very interesting to see how they manage with the race leader just behind them right now, but it seems for now advantage to the Audi as it's ever so slightly pulling away. You can see here the race leader could actually act as a toothpick, and it does indeed, between the other Audi and the Mercedes, so the Audi can get a bit of a breather now.
And that Audi is, of course, your overall race leader. It looks like, yeah, that Mercedes starting to lose out some time. We'll keep a close eye on the gap. If they can close up now as they enter into the Nordschleife. But finally, we get some amazing battling here towards the end. And, oh, trouble, actually. E40.
Yeah, one of the Lotus has gone off track here, just managed to recover. But still going on, actually. The gap isn't dropping anymore. It's down to 1 second between these two cars. So, maybe some traffic could play a part in this battle with less than 20 minutes to go of our race.
Much love there in the chat, and yeah, we're finally getting a good bit of battling, and yeah, that was very lovely to see. Now, our hope right now is if we can get this Mercedes to tune up the band and get right back on this position here for P6. Now, both of them strategy-wise, I hope that they both made their mandatory long stops. But just to double check on it, the 492 car piloted by Ricardo for GT Spain. Actually, it's I don't have any number on them. They're showing a 0 of 16. So probably not updating at all. I'm not too sure about that. The other team though, Valkyrie E-Racing in the Audi.
So that message, sorry to cut you, but the message in the top applies to the commentary car, since basically long stops now, I think. You have a specific time to serve them. Yeah, sorry?
I was actually looking at the live document.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's just me.
No, it should update lifetime, so if anybody doesn't update it, that means that the team themselves did not update it. But as you can see, the Audi pulling away from the Mercedes, and that seems to be the end of that battle for now.
Just reading in chat, this guy's neighbors gotta love him. It doesn't help that my neighbors have been moving almost like every couple of months. Could be because of me.
I wonder
you know
why.
What? Could be, but at the same time, come on, just tune on to the stream and you're gonna see why.
Get your neighbors in sim racing. Get your neighbors in sim racing. Problem solved.
Exactly. More drivers, the better. Form a team.
Yep. Who knows? Could get to interview them in the commentary box as well.
Yeah. So 17 minutes left to go in this one. It is looking like this Mercedes starting to lose out against the Valkyrie E-Racing P37. Oh, P30, there's trouble for the Nürburgring car.
The car running
Got
in
back
P3
going.
quite comfortably, running in no man's land as of now, so not much lost there. They've got quite a safe gap ahead of the other GT4s behind them.
So, onto the back straight now once again here for the, the Nürburgring car. Comfortable, as you said, P3, and nobody looking like they will be able to go for position.
Could potentially get battle here for P3 Sunset Ultron, just 10 seconds behind the GLS Porsche that has just left the pit lane this lap, the 543. So it appears they have taken a short stop just to refuel, top up some fuel. With less than 16 minutes to go, the gap is 10 seconds between these cars. Going to be interesting to see this battle for P3 over here.
So, Tarnowski against Klampitz in Porsche Cup here as we come towards the very end of this race. And, trouble for one of the Porsches, P8. It got back going, and, that a little bit slow as they
On
kind
the
of...
racing line as well,
Yeah,
Porsche
weirdly
tried
on the
to get
racing
out
line.
of the way. Thankfully, no harm there. But yeah, definitely a battle to see is these two cars. And it's mostly going to depend on who meets traffic, when and where. 15 minutes, you've got to recover 10 seconds. So it's going to be a bit of a tough ask for Sunset Ultron, but as we've seen earlier, their spin is...
Trouble
what
for
put them
Sunset!
under.
P15!
Oh, and they've gone
That-
off track, just entering the Nordschleife section, and that could seal it for them in terms of a podium position. Let's see how much time they've lost, and they've lost 8 seconds just in that incident. So quite hefty time damage there, and yeah, car damage as well. See the bonnet coming off a bit, could be some damage that could impact the front aero a bit. But yeah, that is just tragic now for that car. That car was chasing for P3. Actually, they were in a very good position to get a P3 if it wasn't for a couple of incidents, a couple of laps before, and the incident we've just seen now, so that could put a nail in the coffin for them. But never say never, the race is not over yet, anything could happen. However, it is unlikely if everything stays as is.
I mean, it was very easy for Sunset Outrun to make a mistake like that. Potentially, the GLS could be making a mistake as well, but nerves are getting to them. And we are about, maybe, 2 more laps left to go in this one. As some trouble there, going slowly. The BMW GT3 311 MRE gets back going. Getting a request here to look at the BMW CUP2 standings. I think we can do that for you.
Yeah, the tower is just acting up, but there we go.
Yeah, there we go. So, a couple drivers in pit, 602. Remember, they still had some long stops to accomplish, and I think they are going to be doing that right about now. So, to update, 602, they have completed all their long stops from this point on, and going to be going to the very end. And you look at that gap for P2 and P3, 2 laps behind. It's not looking like there is any chance for any positions to go down there. And getting update now. Actually getting a word here that the 601 still needs to potentially make one more long stop in this one. I'm not too sure about the fuel when it comes to the CUP2. But overall, those were into the final 12 minutes. More than likely, they should be set for the ending of this race. Stick around after the checkered flag. We're going to be interviewing the top 3 from all the different teams, as I've just saw exiting the pits. I think I just saw a pit message there that the GLS GT3, yes, just coming out. Maybe a quick pit stop and back out and going for this final part of the race. Maybe some new tires as well. And trouble for P8.
Not the incident for that Porsche, we've just seen it moments ago. So clearly just trying to get about their races. We go side by side here with one of the Cup cars. I believe that car is running P2. Yeah, that is indeed the car running P2 right now.
Tucking into the
The
slipstream.
FED 565. Not for position, obviously, nor for overall just traffic to deal with for that car, as the GT3 Porsche is ahead on track.
So early on, now trying to get into the slipstream, but unfortunately, the GT3 car just a lot more aero and able to stretch its wings and get right out of there. Now towards the end here, we also see the AFS number 288. That is the Maserati in third in class in the GT2 standings. 6.3 behind the car we're looking at right now. And it's actually closing up the gap a little bit. It's now 6.1 with 10 minutes left to go. Any chance they can have a shot at 12th overall? Maybe, but in terms of overall position for them, very far away from the next driver in line.
Yeah, and it seems every time we think the race stabilizes, something just comes out of the blue, changes our minds.
And you know what? I'd rather that than having a straightforward race here. But what an incredible 24 hours it's been here at the Nürburgring. So yes, we're going to have interviews after the checkered flag, so stick around and you're going to get the thoughts and opinions of the top threes of each class as we go through it. But this is it. 10 minutes left to go here at the Nürburgring.
As we're approaching the final stretch here, just less than 2 laps to go for our race to end. Still leading the GLS 343 Audi. Quite dominant race, dare I say, from them. Perfectly executed strategy. They were on the back foot during the night, managed to capitalize on their mistakes and the mistakes of others, found their way into the lead and quite comfortably as well.
The gap, a minute 40. It has gone down quite a bit, and there's a lot of traffic for him around the outside. In the grass as well.
On the grass. Ooh, that was
not
scary
made any
for them
progress
as well.
No progress on overtaking those cars. Lots of traffic. How's that Delta looking? Still looks like a minute 40, but it should update very soon. Getting the CUP2 car. And you know what?
Minute 40 is quite a substantial margin, so I think they have some room for error, and obviously not to be as comfortable as they are. I believe they did take a pit stop, hence why the gap dropped by almost a minute. So that could possibly explain why, but as it stands now, they are comfortably leading. A minute 40 seconds to go. That perhaps incident could have cost them. It was on a slow portion of the track, so I don't think they were harmed that much, say 2 seconds.
Is there a miracle though? BMP 362 car desperately trying to go for victory here as the GT2
Voyeur Racing 292 goes off track on the GP circuit. We've seen a lot of cars go off track in this area. Obviously, these curves on the left that we've seen that M2 take are very, very sketchy to deal with sometimes. So they spit the car out onto the gravel, as we have here. An incident for one of the Porsche Cup cars actually appears to have been a big incident as they teleported into the pit lane. So, wonder what happened there.
Bit of a nightmare for them. As even we remember early on in the midnight hours, lots of issues with them. But happy to see them still going. Oh, and that's actually them right there.
Just after leaving the pit lane as well, just after being lapped once again by the leader of Porsche Cup, the ACRT car, being chased by one of the Fords. That's, I believe, the lesser or the less of the better positioned Fords. Yes, it's the DEKM 321, currently running 16th overall. So chasing the Porsche Cup of ACRT, the current leader of its class in CUP1, with quite the comfortable lead of 4.5 minutes ahead of the nearest car in second place.
Gap is 137. It's not over yet. It's closing up just that bit more. But 7 minutes left to go. It's still a tall ask for the lead of this race. It's getting close though.
Having closed the gap quite a little bit. So back from 25 seconds down to 18 seconds, so it seems that the GLS car might have gone through some trouble there. I'm sure the Sunset car was hoping to never go through that trouble to begin with. They're catching up ever so slightly, but will it be enough? We've got 6 minutes to go for our race. It's going to be a tough ask, but it doesn't take anything but the smallest of incidents to change the entire standings. And as we have here, the GT2 288 Maserati of AFS Racing Team is now catching up to the second placed Porsche Cup 565, the FAD Racing. That is for 12th place overall.
Love to see the GT2 show up here and show out as we see them now catching up, as that's one of the Mercedes we were watching a bit earlier. And 3 different classes coming together: GT4, CUP1, also known as Porsche Cup, and GT2. And look to the inside there. It's going to be very tight for the Maserati. Ooh, trying to go for a
behind
switchback.
the GT4. Makes it on the paved area of the curb. Still makes it clean, thankfully. No incident or contact between any of the cars. Maserati will definitely try to pass the Porsche on the straight parts of the track. This area is very narrow, so I'll be very surprised if the Maserati goes for a move, unless the Porsche decides to yield the position.
Leader on the back straight, and they're getting ready to start the final lap of this race. What a journey it's been.
As we see them here passing one of the TCR Audis on the main straight, obviously the huge speed differential between these two cars is pretty prominent. Two cars being both Audis, how we can just tell the difference between the two classes and how rapid that Audi seems relative to the other Audi in the TCR class.
It's going to be overtime here. Takes 8 minutes per lap. 4 minutes left to go.
And it's been 23 hours, 56 minutes of non-stop, blood-boiling, exciting, heart-stopping racing. We've seen ups and downs, highs and lows for all of the teams participating as we start the final lap of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
What a race.
So yeah, to be honest, quite entertaining as well. No matter what time you tune, there's always something happening in at least one of these classes.
Oh, looks like maybe a move there. Yeah, the Maserati has gotten the second place Porsche Cup, and that's on the back straight. And comfortably opening up the gap.
Yeah, once again we can see the difference between the two classes. GT2 cars having the obvious straight speed advantage.
Just want to take a closer look, potentially, to see where the rest of the leaders are. We obviously know that the GT3 leader, GLS, on the GP circuit. Of course, once the drivers come to the... once our leader right here crosses the start-finish line, all drivers behind will finish that race, no matter where they are in position. P1 of GT2. There you see them. Very dominant in the KTM. And I am getting some special word here that the P1 cars may be giving us a little bit of a smoke show. Probably after turn 1. So it'll be very exciting to see that. As we look on here, that's the GT2. And let's also look now at our leader in Porsche Cup, going through the carousel. So we may still have a long ways to go left in this race. Can we see any driver that's just behind the GT3? No. That's your leader in GT4. In TCR, however, looks like our TCR leader may be the next finisher, next in line after the GT3. So just looking at the order, and then here is your CUP2 leader into the second carousel. But eyes are on this team here. 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go before they have completed 24 hours of racing. Looking at the gaps, somebody's in pits there. The TCR, PLS, P39, 177, the Renault. And unfortunately, it's heartbreak for BMP that dominated this race at the beginning, had the 2-minute gap, and just count it, it was one bad pit stop, and that was the seal that landed them in P2. It's the race ender that they are going to be, well, they've already been disappointed about throughout this one and had to just pull back whatever they could. We're going to get word on them and figure out what went wrong. But to come back up to P2, the next best position after qualifying on pole here at home turf. It's a bit of a shame, but the Audi doing everything they can here at the end of this one. And we're counting it down. 20 seconds. And we're about to head into overtime here, as we also look at the GT2 class leader. Long ways to go for all of them. But what a race. What a race it has been. P2 in the GT3 standings, quite a ways behind. There's your leader. And time's up, just like that, as the Supras accidentally entered the wrong pit lane there. But you know what? 24 hours of racing.
Configuration pit lane.
24 hours of racing done, can't blame them.
Quite a hefty race in them. But yeah, they still, I believe they went wide on the exit of the final corner, which ultimately led to them going into the wrong pit lane.
Final lap for all these cars here. Our race leader. Let's look at it on our screen there. All these drivers. If you're a team member or a driver in the chat, hats off to you. You've done an amazing job to hold on here with, I believe, only 1 or 2 retirements.
You've had a quite grueling 24 hours of the Nürburgring this year. We're officially going over time now, as you've mentioned earlier, Rahul, and what a race this has been.
No chance of any more positions to be made. Actually, maybe if that CUP1 can return back the favor on the Maserati, but it doesn't look like it.
Even the battle for P3 seems to have stabilized for now. The gap is 18 seconds. It's a very tough ask for these two. I mean, they've still got a full lap to complete, even when the leader passes the checkered flag, so anything could happen. However, it is quite tough.
P2 is quite a ways behind in GT3. And it should be, I believe, our next car in line to look at when they cross over. We're going to try our best to make sure we get all our winners, though, on front screen. And potentially we can get the top 3s of each.
As we see here, the ACLT car still starting what is their final lap as well. Along with the KTM, they're about to start their final lap just now as they've crossed the finishing line, starting their final lap as well. That is the 276 GT2 leader, as we've had here an incident for the Tradition Simsport 106 car. Gone a bit off track here, happily managed to rejoin. As for the leader for GT4 has also, it appears that all the other classes are still starting their final laps, as the BMW for GT4 is still in the GP circuit. As for TCR, they could actually be one of the earlier finishers of this race, as they are on the Nordschleife section of the track.
On the back straight for our race leader. Going for victory here is the HE car, just getting it wrong there. It has been a hell of a race at the Green Hell, but this team is going to be absolutely elated for what they were able to accomplish here. They didn't qualify on pole early on in this race. It's been a battle from the get-go to try to get victory against BMP, but with the mistake with BMP in the pits, it puts GLS on top, and they take victory at the Nürburgring. What a fantastic win from them, and it's all deserving. Everything went their way here today. What a fantastic run for them.
Not only did they win the race, they've also stolen the fastest lap of the race, and that I believe is safely a lap record with an 8-minute and almost a tenth of a second. So not only did they complete the race, they decided to showboat and steal the fastest lap. So they've persevered. They've persevered through the issues, the mistakes of the night, the incidents they've had. They were down at P5, almost 2 laps down during the night, and look at the way they've come back during the day to finish the race with almost a 2-minute lead over the car in second place. So next for finishers, not quite sure what happened to the lifetime.
Yeah, the timing was going a little bit crazy as well.
Tower celebrating with us, it seems. But it stands here for the Cup class. Still a way back, the first of our finishers should in fact be from the TCR, as approaching the last couple of sequences, trying to find who's where on the track so we can get the finishing cars on cam.
I think we have quite a ways to go. I think P3 now coming across the line for GT3 now, rounding out the podium. Then followed by P2.
Yes, there's quite mixed positions here all over the track. So this is what's unique about this track. You could find a car finishing first and the car finishing second could actually finish somehow after the car finishing third. So this is just how this track operates. But yeah, back to the race leader here. What an impressive work from that team.
I think we're getting word now that the admin's actually going to fix the tower for us as well. So there's your top three just coming across the line. What are you racing? Finishing third.
Yeah, what a work here, and that is our podium position rounded with the BMP 362 and UAE Racing 333 car. So, what nice work from these guys. They've done a lot of work, all of the drivers in every single class, as we have here the top 3 for GT3 finally finishing the race, trying to get the tower to find the other cars who will be crossing the line with us soon. So trying to see who's, as we see here, the Hyundai, the race leading TCR over here, about to cross the finishing line any second now, as they're in the last couple of sectors. The GRC car number 120 in the Hyundai Elantra for the TCR class. They've been quite dominant this race, and here they go, crossing the finishing line, flashing the lights. Deservedly so, they've won the race in the TCR class. So quite a hectic race for everybody in that class, however they've come out on top. The slow car 181 is still a way bit behind. As for CUP2, they're still in the middle of the track. We're trying to find who's where. BMW still early on the track. The ACRT car are approaching the last couple of sectors. As for GT2, still lagging quite a bit behind, so I believe CUP1 will be the next car to finish or win their class, as we can see from the lifetimers.
What an incredible bout here, as we still have still a couple more race winners here. GT4 and also Porsche Cup. And CUP2.
Matter of fact, it could be CUP2, yeah, that will be crossing the line first from the winners. As we see here, P2, Tradition Sim Sport, the sister car has finished in P2 and waiting for the sister car to cross the finishing line. As the sister car, currently the 601 Tradition Sim Sport, what a dominant race from that team. 1-2 for pretty much almost the entire duration of the race. quite dominant performance from that team, dare I say, finishing a 1-2 here as the car is on the dot on her, as we can see here on the left of them. I believe that is the Sunset Outrun car, if I'm not mistaken, on their left. That car will be rolling forward to win, well, not win, but they will be P4 right behind the GLS car after having two massive shunts. That probably costed them that podium position. And as you see here, the CUP2 class winner, the 601 Tradition Simsport, crosses the finishing line, making it 1-2 for the team after quite a dominant performance in this race.
A dominant one. P1 and P2, the best you can get for the team. That's what it's all about. More drivers to come to the line to finish this one, as celebrations are already beginning. Do we have any word on the rest of the drivers coming to access the line?
So as for GT4, they should be crossing sooner or later. As the Cup car winner, the ACRT Porsche wins as well for their class. The 597 going off strategy with the car behind them. You see here the main pit straight, very crowded with cars celebrating, and rightfully so. 24 hours of the race, and they've won. All these cars deservedly, whether you won or not, you just be happy to participate and finish these gruesome 24 hours of the Nordschleife.
I've forgotten all the classes there.
Currently I'm not in control of the camera because we've still got GT4 and GT2 that we want to see. I'm trying to get the camera for these cars as well.
Going overall here, let's see. Looking at the rest of the standings now, there is the GT2
on the main straight, the BMW right behind them.
Both of them, yes.
Well, that is convenient.
Perfectly, yes. Starting off with this one here, the GT2 in the KTM. It was a very good strategy battle against the Lamborghini, the 292, but the 276 KTM on top here in the GT2 class, and they cross the checkered flag and they take victory in the GT2 standings with one class left to go to the line.
Not only that, they've actually got ahead, probably ahead of what, 4 GT3s in, like right behind them as well, so that's quite competitive showing. Same applies for the 597 ACRT, as we have here the GT4 of Most Racing 477 crossing the finishing line, rounding up all our winners for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring ACF. And everybody has done brilliantly in this race. The drivers, the organization of the race control, everybody has done their duties, and rightfully so, everybody's celebrating it. We start the smoke screen over here.
Celebrations here for all the teams and all the drivers, and very shortly we're going to get into the interviews, and we're going to talk to all the top threes. I believe it's top threes of the race winners. I'm not too sure the official procedure, but we'll let you know in a moment. We're just going to wait till we get confirmation that we are able to do so, and there are the drivers.
Yeah, the winners will be heading into the pit lane now to stand behind the respective class signs saying P1 for each class. So far the cars we have are the GLS 343 Audi R8 with quite the showing today, followed by the 597 Porsche Cup of ACRT and the TCR car of 120 GRC team, as well as the 601 CUP2 car. So sooner or later we'll have people in the waiting room with us. So we will be interviewing the race winners as well as the podium finishers of each class shortly after we have all our cars sorted on here.
But indeed, what a race. Yeah, just like his chat is saying, having a lot of fun. There's your GT2 winner. And we're just getting word now. Perfect.
Now we just need the GT4 race winner, the most 477, to round up all our class winners for today.
So one car left to go here to have a beautiful little picture here, and there they are, completing it. There we go, 6 classes of racing. That's awesome.
6 classes,
There are your winners.
24 hours of non-stop gruesome racing, and as entertaining as ever. Never a dull moment in this race.
All right, just waiting on official word. Just waiting until we get to start interviews. To all the winners in chat and podium finishers, if you want to jump into the waiting room, you can. And we'll talk.
Yeah,
to
the
you guys.
waiting room is quite stacked, dare I say.
Just make sure it is only for the podium finishers.
I mean, if after we're done, we can have anybody who wants to be
Potentially, yeah.
interviewed to join us. We just need to try and go class by class here from the leaders, trying to get every driver.
All right, I think we're getting word on the CUP2
Okay,
winner, so we're gonna start with
yeah.
CUP2.
Okay, I'll just try and get the drivers for the CUP2 car, Andy Romanowski, followed by Sebastian Schronfeld, Lucas Hamacher, and Lennart Hahn. The TCR winners, oh god, these names are getting harder.
I'll leave you to it. You got it.
Oh no, don't throw it at me.
Well, let's go in order here. Let's see if we can get the interviews done first, then. And let's find
Yeah.
out CUP2 drivers. Let's
Or
see if
maybe
we
have the
them
drivers
going
spell out the name for us as well, so we don't offend anybody as well. Okay, so let's see who we can drag from the channel in order to interview.
I don't see anybody from the CUP2, so maybe we can pull
Check
that off for now.
GT4.
Look at TCR here for the moment. Anybody in
Yeah, TCR. I don't think so. We're looking.
We do not know. Okay,
No,
looks
we
like
do. We do have somebody from TCR at least. Okay. Okay, welcome. If you could please be kind enough and spell out your name for us so we know how to pronounce it.
Hello, hello. Do we have you here with us?
Hello?
You know, to be fair, 24 hours is pretty grueling to go to bed early. I don't blame you.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so in that case, we'll put him back and we will be interviewing Andy Romanowski from the CUP2 winners.
Sweet, yeah. Let's do that.
Trying to drag him into the other voice chat.
Oh, he was just there for a moment.
No? Okay, yeah, thank you,
There
Andy.
we go.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome, Andy. What a great
Yeah.
race. Dominant performance from you guys, and what a win. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Can I move my mates into here?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
of
please.
course.
Okay, give me a second. So now we have Lennart and Sepp with us.
Welcome, guys.
Sure.
Congratulations on that stellar performance, and congratulations for the team as well. 1-2 finish, and what a job, honestly.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah,
P1,
so
P2 in the CUP2 and I think P5 in the TCR class. It's not bad.
Yeah, well done, guys. After 24 hours of racing, that you guys must be very proud of that finish.
We had a really good race. We had a good start. We kept on our pace. We managed traffic, really cautious. And yeah, it paid out. We have the big lead. And we had a lot of fun on track.
Now, I know fun aside is one thing. Because you guys were the slowest class out of all the drivers, it must have been a little bit of a nightmare at times to let drivers go, as because you were the slower class, everybody felt like they had the need to probably dive bomb you at the worst parts of the circuit. I mean, take us through what it felt like going through that race, and especially having those faster classes coming through. Was it as peaceful, or was it just a lot more chaotic out there?
From my perspective, it was really nice. I think 98% of the traffic was really manageable. Of course, you had one or two unfortunate situations, but yeah, we managed it well. Maybe the other two can also talk about their experience.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure. Oh, you want to go first?
Nah, you drove the last and you get to talk
Okay.
first.
So I think traffic was really great most of the time, especially the first two GT3 cars, BMP and GLS. It was honestly fun if they overtook, because you just were like, nice, that's an awesome overtake. I don't know, at least for me. And yeah, there were a few situations where someone dive bombed, or I think in my last lap I got pushed off track by a Porsche, I think Cup. But yeah, apart from that, traffic was really, really good.
Yeah. Also at night, it was really enjoyable with the traffic. Everyone was calm. Uh, Rarely any incidents with other cars. Also, yeah, some incidents from my side. A couple of spins, but all in all, it was a awesome race.
An awesome race indeed. Any shout outs you'd like to make to any of the supporters in the live chat, or any family or friends?
Well,
For
not
the sister
from
car.
well, not from my side, of course. We greet everyone from Tour Edition Simsport, and for me, as one of the organizers, also I'm the driver and one of the organizers. Huge thanks to the community, to all the drivers who got through the race, who stayed on the track. This was our biggest race, and I think it was also the one with the least DNFs during the race. I'm really, really proud of that.
Indeed, it was
Yeah,
a,
well
it was an
done,
amazing
guys.
one. Yeah, well done. Congratulations, P1 here in the CUP2 class.
Thank you for commenting.
Yeah, thank you for your service. You did a great job, and let's move on with the next one. We don't want to waste all of their time.
It was really fun at
Yeah, no
night.
worries.
I really enjoyed that.
Yeah,
No
thank
worries.
you
Good
guys
one,
for
see
that
ya.
stellar performance, and once again, congratulations.
Thanks, have a good one, see ya.
See ya,
Thank
guys.
you, you too. Okay, so next up we have our JR Customs, the TCR class winner. So we will try again to interview one of the drivers once again. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Are you able
Welcome.
to welcome? Are you able to drag maybe more of your team members, or is it be you for?
My team members? Yeah.
If they are in the voice chat, you can tell us.
No,
and
no.
you could just type it.
They are not here.
Ah,
I'm
okay.
the only one.
Okay, no worries. So, how was your race? What a performance, first of all. TCR class, obviously, it was a big hectic down there, but you guys persevered, and what a performance. So, how was your race? How did it go?
I can say only that our team is the best of the best. They are very, very great guys that know what they are doing. The strategy and the driving is almost the best at every time.
Yeah, a very fantastic performance from you, from the team. Take us through this race, though, in particular. When did you feel that you guys were the most confident in the car? Was it more of the early stages of the race, the mid stage? Was it the end stage? Where did you guys feel the most confident?
I think the night was that the time. What can I say? Just I can't say anymore. I've got really, really big emotions because of the winnings. So my mind is just blowing
Honestly,
up
totally
now
understand.
here.
Totally understand it. But you know what? we'll let you celebrate it out. Congratulations, JR Customs. And first of all, love the livery. It looks absolutely amazing out there. One of my personal favorites. And yeah, anybody you'd like to shout out? Maybe shout out your team members or anybody in chat supporting you.
Yes, but if I may ask, on the roof of our car, there are QR code. If you can check it, I will be grateful. It's for our member's son.
Yeah, of course, we will be displaying that right now on the stream.
Yes, we will.
Oh,
But overall, though, that's the TCR class winners here. JRC, congratulations! A massive race win, well deserved. Go celebrate it. You deserve it.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations once again, and have a great day.
Great, you too.
All right.
Okay, so joining us
yeah,
now,
next up.
the GT4 winners from Most Racing. Hello,
We got them.
welcome.
Welcome.
Hello.
Do you have any other teammates we could drag waiting in the voice chat?
No.
No.
Okay, first of all, congratulations on your win, guys. What a performance. We've seen a lot of changes in the lead of GT4, but at the end, you guys won. What a performance. You had the pace, you had the strategy, you had everything. So congratulations, first of all. And how did it go for you guys?
Very tiring.
Yeah. Yeah, I have like 2 hours of sleep.
In any
Yeah,
case,
fair enough.
yeah, as I said earlier during my interview after midnight, I think it was the guy who was missing. He had to drive less than everybody else, so we had to cover for him, and everybody drove more than they planned for. And yeah, in the end, the strategy worked, and we won.
Can hear the
Yeah.
tiredness in your voice. Yeah, you guys are really pushed out very hard in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we both driven through the night, I think. We also drove through the night, so at least he was here with me.
You needed that company, that's for sure. One
Yeah.
thing that we did notice, you guys have been through hell and back. A lot of cars coming around you and spinning out here and there. I mean, did it feel at most times it was an obstacle course of wrecked GT cars being spun out around? We know we saw a handful, especially through the night. There were a couple of incidents where drivers would get very close to the BMW, but something would go wrong with them getting taken out. Fortunate for you guys, able to keep it stable on track, but yeah, did it feel a little bit at times maybe less peaceful than normal?
Yeah, they would overtake us. Some backmarker teams would overtake us and then immediately spin out in a couple corners.
Yeah,
And
it was pretty
then
common.
it happened a lot of times. And then one more last time in the last stint, or one stint before last, we got killed by a Mustang GT3. And yeah, it was an obstacle course indeed. I mean,
Yeah,
it was expected since it's a community league. But also it doesn't scare as much as it would normally, because the damage is not very punishing, let's say, even if you get into a shunt.
Yeah, when I was driving the night stint, I had like, I think this was Tempus GT3, and they were like right at my bumper, and on the braking zone they went straight into me and spun themselves out.
Well, being the fastest car of the slower half of the classes here compared to the TCRs and the Class 2s, doing a great job in this race, trying to keep this one together with you. At any points, what would you say would have been your highest points, or I should say the lowest points coming into this one? Was there any doubt in your mind throughout this race that maybe if something that did go wrong, a crash or a slower pit stop, any doubts that the race win slipped out of your hands?
A lot. Like, we started P4, then Said made a beautiful overtake for P2. Then we felt pretty comfortable, but coming into the night, Alan was having his first stint. He didn't wake up at all, and he was like 1 minute before his stint was supposed to start. He was on the voice chat. When he joined the game, he had massive lags. He was like, he said he was teleporting back in his POV, and it was like a slideshow on some corners. So he lost a lot of time. Plus he had to use speed limiter to stop the stream because he was streaming before. It kind of helped, but not enough for him to drive a second stint. And yeah, I think Alan only drove like 3 stints overall this whole race. We also
And during those lags, we were thinking, oh yeah, maybe we will have a problem with his PC. He
Yeah.
will get a disconnect and then invalid lap, lose 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and that would have been the end of the race for us. Also, towards the end, as I said, we got spun out by the Mustang GT3. When I was trying to save the car, trying to like minimize the damage there, I pressed 2 buttons accidentally, the hazard lights and the pit limiter, but it was awfully close to the back to pits button, but I didn't press it in the end.
yeah,
So that was
it
pretty
would've-
scary.
Yeah, it would have ended for P1.
Sign there. Chat is saying that they love the BWT livery, and it looks amazing on stream. So anybody you'd like to shout out back at home watching, or maybe the team members?
I mean, I would like to shout out Christian. He is the guy that made the livery. Beautiful work, and he only had like 2 days for it, so it's very nice looking.
Shout out to the guy, our other teammate who is on the train back home right now.
Oh, yeah.
He drove the graveyard shift all alone from 5 a.m. until 8, 9 a.m. So, very grateful. And
Yeah.
shout out to Arthur, GT2 leaders.
Yes.
Awesome stuff there. Any other shout outs?
That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I could shout out Mikołaj, my fellow teammate that wasn't able to drive this race, but he was with me the whole journey. I started racing like a year ago, literally a year ago, and he was always here with me, as well as Said. And I
Alright.
can't believe it that after a year I was able to win a race.
Well, congratulations. GT4 victory here at the Nürburgring. A great result. And enjoy it. Enjoy the celebrations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so joining us now will be the Cup car winners, ACRT team, sim racing team. So they will be joining us now, and the driver that will join us will be Kevin Klein. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Welcome, Kevin. Congratulations. What a performance today. Should we call you
Yeah.
Kevin Estre now?
What
a
if
race.
I were Belgian, yes.
What a race! What a race! Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
You guys went up and down on the standings quite a lot, but at the end of the day, you persevered and won, and quite comfortably as well. So, what a performance!
Yeah, it's, I think the up and down was because of a different strategy. We were up to 6 laps per stint. I think the GLS, who was our enemy at the start, did only 5. So we had like less pit stops. Yeah, the pace was really good. Yeah, I mean we start from last because we didn't do quali, so it was a last to first. It was a super fun race. The slower cars with the blinkers and stuff did really well. I have to say, for a Nordschleife race, this was probably the best back markers and stuff that I've seen in a long time, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Yes, obviously, thankfully, the racing was enjoyable for you guys, and the slower classes were compliant, and obviously everybody was doing a clean race. Obviously striking as ever, as you can see on our stream, the ACRT livery, quite iconic now in the ACF servers and the races. So yeah. So any shout outs? Do you want to carry on, or if Rahul would also have to ask any questions?
Well, I would like to dedicate this win to a sim racing colleague from a different league who sadly passed away a few weeks ago. This one is for you, Philip.
Well, my condolences to Philip and his friends and family, and yeah, I am pretty sure he would be very proud of you in this win and be very happy for you.
Yeah, I hope. Thank you.
And as for you, Rahul, do you have anything you want to add?
Just want to also share my condolences and a massive congratulations, a well-deserved victory in a class that was very brutal at times, very hard at battles going on track. But just want to let you know that was an amazing come through to the field and to the top. Congratulations.
It was super fun, the battle with you never knew at the beginning if GLS will change strategies and stuff, but I think they had a little problem, and yeah, they went out of contention.
Nonetheless, congratulations, a great result from you and the team.
Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations, Kevin, and enjoy. Have a great one.
Thanks, you two guys. Great commentary and stuff, and great event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up in line, it's the GT2 team winners, True Racing.
Hello.
Welcome. Do we have any other? Oh, I see a couple more team members joining in.
Yeah.
So
that should be all. Yeah.
Amazing win, and this win was very different to all the other previous class winners because you finished a bit ahead of some of the other GT3 cars. Everything was just hooked up perfectly for you guys on the KTM. But take us through, how was that race for you guys?
Well, first of all, it was really exhausting. Through like most of the time, we were behind WRL, and we were always like creeping towards them because we had like a better strategy. We did 6 laps in a stint and not 5 laps, so we always had like a little overlap. But yeah, then they made some mistakes every now and then, having a little slower pace, and we just kept on pushing, and yeah, it came out like this.
You managed to put this one on top, yes, and the GT2 class, very interesting that we noticed very quickly, as you guys were, able to really hold up yourselves against the GT3 class. I mean, take us through at some points, was there any point in the race where you guys were just trying to go for overall position?
No, not really. I mean, obviously you sometimes can hold the GT3s a bit back, especially because you're so fast in a straight line. Like when they overtake you on the Dettinger, you can just overtake them back if you want to, but it's of no use because like most GT3s are just still faster, especially in the corners, and it's just not worth the risk. And I mean, overall position is nice, but mainly we just looked at our class.
To an outsider looking in to these kind of racing, GT2 is obviously not as popular to your GT3s and GT4s, so what's the main difference that you feel right away when you're driving a GT2 compared to a GT3, for example?
Well, I mean, probably a good question, but I think the main reason why we chose the car is because our real life team that we are the eSports team of just built the car, because Red Engineering built the KTM GT2 car, so, and they are running the True Racing as a factory team of KTM and Red Engineering, so we kind of just took it up as our responsibility to represent our real life team and the car they built here in the race as well.
Well, a great victory from you guys and the team. Any shout-outs you'd like to make?
Definitely a shout out to Javi, who's currently not here. He is our disabled mate, he was driving like 2 stints because he couldn't do much more. He has I don't know what is in English. It's, I think, glass bones. He's in a wheelchair, and yeah, he needs to be really careful while driving. And he definitely cooked the 2 stints he did.
And he was still faster than some GT3s, so.
Yeah, big shout out to him.
Very impressive stuff. Congratulations to you guys. A great performance out there for True Racing. And go celebrate it. You guys have enjoyed that victory.
Thank you, we will.
Thanks.
Definitely.
And last but not least, one more team left to go through here, and it's our overall winners for the GT3 class.
Okay, so joining us now will be the drivers of the GLS, PX and Audi R8 team that has won overall and won their class in GT3.
Oh.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Do you have anybody else we could drag here from your team?
No.
I think no.
Okay, welcome. First of all, congratulations on your stellar performance, guys. What a race for you guys. A lot of ups and downs. You guys, at the beginning of the race, did very well. Maybe during the night a bit, things got a bit tricky, but at the end of the day, your strategy paid off. You won the race with quite a lot of margin as well. So well done and congratulations, guys. How was it?
So, as I said, in the night we are pretty stressed because one of our drivers, his electricity gone off, and we didn't know what to do. But fortunately, we have Igor, who drove very fast whole race, so we won.
Yeah, well, obviously that's good that you guys had a backup for such situations. And it's impressive you guys managed to claw your way up despite the technical issues that you guys had. So yeah, well done. And how could you guys say that you climbed your way back up to the lead of the race?
I think we had a very strong night, and we had very little contacts and etc. So it was really safe race for us. We didn't get any problems without electricity. So yeah.
Yeah, you guys just kept it clean and simple and just kept your nose in, and that's how you win races. But yeah, well done, guys, and honestly, what a performance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, anything you need to add, Rahul?
And I want to say about our sponsor, PXN.
Ah, yes, of course.
They have new wheels, so you can join to our socials and their socials to see them.
Yeah, the wheels are very good. I have the I used to do the V12 light. I'm gonna probably get the new one.
Oh,
Just
they're
one more
very
question
good wheels.
to add on here. Let us know the moment that you realized that you've got this lead and there was a chance at victory, because obviously we did see the other GT3 team of BMP dominating this one. What was that moment, and how did that moment feel when you realized we actually have victory in the palm of our hands, or there's at least a chance?
Igor, you want to say?
Yeah. So after the problems that had the team. Wait.
Should I?
Can. Oh.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I now I can say. So yeah. After the BMP had the problems with internet, I think it was with internet. We had a hope because they lost like 4-5 minutes in pits. It was still a long race, so we had no like we were not we didn't have the mind that yeah okay we will win this race like easily, yeah, because it was like still 10 hours to go. So yeah, maybe this mind that yeah we are winning that was maybe 3 or 2 hours before the end of the race. So yeah, we were waiting for BMP to pit for the long stop, the final long stop, and yeah, they pitted and we were happy. Like we had 2 minutes, so yeah, 2 minutes gap. So yeah, we had the mind that yeah we are winning now.
Congratulations, guys. Amazing result. Any final shout outs you'd like to make just before we end off here?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think we should thanks also to Benek, Kacper Benedict, who ended and did the fastest lap of the race, and to our fourth driver, who didn't destroy our race.
Fair enough there. Congratulations, guys. Overall winners, GT3 winners. Celebrate that one. A well-deserved victory here at the Nürburgring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that is it.
Yeah, so now we will be taking interviews from other drivers who would want to be interviewed and join us, regardless of where they finished and even if they finished or not. So joining us first, as I'm taking the order of the people I see in the voice chat, so I'll be taking Cyprian Drag first. Welcome, Cyprian.
Oh, hello. Hello, everyone.
So would you like to introduce your team and your car?
We was in the 177 TCR. The result doesn't matter, although we was overall P6 in the TCR, so it doesn't matter. There was a little bit lack of pace and a lot of mistakes, but more I am exciting about the GT4 win for my team. That's for more. So,
yeah, obviously congratulations to your G3 team, and like you said, it's not the result that matters, but you guys finished the race, and obviously everybody did great, so that's the important part. But yeah.
The most important was the 6 teams which I managed finished, but it doesn't matter where. Matter means that they are finished. That's all.
Yeah, well, that's great sportsmanship from you, Cyprian, and obviously still finishing this race is a pretty big deal, so congratulations on that.
Oh yeah. A year ago, I was in the Lamborghini. That was really bad for me, but this year I pick better car. I mean, easier car. Definitely easier car. And yeah, that was actually good pace for me. Like I say, a lot of mistakes. And yeah, like everyone ended the race, so I am really happy about that.
Well, once again, congratulations on finishing the race, and Rahul, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys, and thank you for commentary from your side. That was
Yeah, just
I love your voice, guys. I love you. I love you. I love you, couple.
Thank you, Cyprian.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so keep going and see you in the next races.
All right, see you then.
Okay, thank you.
And just getting word from the admin here, I think we do have to cut off stream now from
Okay.
interviews. So,
okay, yeah,
the floor is left to us now.
Yeah, we do apologize to the people waiting for us in the waiting room. We have no control over this. It's probably stream timing and whatnot. But yeah, how was the race, Rahul? Did you enjoy it?
Honestly, yeah, it was a lot of fun watching it. Personally, my favorite AC Friends race over Le Mans very easily. Lots of fun. That was an incredible race. Action all over the place, incidents galore, and I think overall it was just a fun one. How do you feel about that one?
Honestly, if just saying that I enjoyed it would be a very, very hefty understatement. That race was beautiful. Honestly, even though I'm not commentating on one night driving, I could not just take my eyes off the action in the race. Just all around. Every time I check it, there's at least one car battling, like in the span of 5 minutes. So, yeah, that was just a quite exciting race, and never a dull moment on the Nordschleife, to be fair.
Indeed. But as we come well over 24 hours of racing complete here, we want to say a massive thank you to the amazing community here, both in the stream chat, who is supported. I think Mr. AC Friends admin in the chat has just thrown out the Discord link, because if you want to get in on these events, the next event coming up is in September and is for the 8 hours, I believe 8 hours of Bahrain for the Endurance Championship. If you got a couple of friends who love sim racing, get them in as well. This is one of if not the best places to race here in Assetto Corsa when it comes to endurance racing. AC Friends do it perfectly, and you're gonna have a great experience. So join up if you haven't already. And thank you for amazing viewership. We had a peak of 120, I think, to the checkered flag, as well as hitting over 800 subscribers now, 832 subscribers here on the AC Friends YouTube channel. So thank you so much for all the support. And yeah, as for me, I'm Rahul Nasir, and I'm from Caribbean Motor Racing Sim Club. You can check me out over there. But overall, it's been fun, and let's see where the future takes us, and maybe you can hear my voice here for future events. But what about you? Potentially seeing us, potentially seeing you in some more races with AC Friends?
Yeah, obviously, I'll be racing in, as you mentioned, the 8 hours of Bahrain. That will be the 5th round of the ACF Endurance Masters on September the 6th. Classes LMH, LMP2s, and LMGT3s. So make sure to tune in to watch us, guys. I could be commentating, I could be not, depending on the driving hours that I have to be doing. But yeah, it will be great for you guys to join us, and obviously it'd be great to have you, Rahul, on commentary as well for that race. And yeah, I'm Abdurrahman Lagrossi. I drive for ACRT team in this series. I'm part of the Sunset Outrun team, but I will probably be joining a new team soon, but we will be saying about that. But once again, thank you guys for your attention and viewership, and it is much appreciated. This race has been beautiful. It's been just absolutely stunning, very entertaining, and thank you, Rahul, as well, for this stellar commentary. Honestly, couldn't have done it better myself, and what a job, what an effort from everybody. A lot of thanks to the organizers, the race directors, race control, the drivers themselves that have made this possible, the commentators that have joined us. Shout out to Mark as well, who was with us a couple of hours earlier, and thank you once again, Rahul. And we'll be looking forward to see you guys on the next round on September the 6th.
Thank you again. And yeah, we'll see you very, very soon for another round of racing here at AC Friends. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your day, everyone.